All right, good morning, everyone. We have a tight schedule, so we want to start so we can finish on time today. We want to thank everyone for reaching, especially those that came early. The restroom, if you need to take your break, it's open on the other side of the church, right? I want to thank my brother and my sister for sacrificing and preparing for this event. And before we start, we just want to offer a word of prayer. Let's pray. Heavenly Father, we thank you for this wonderful day. We ask you to protect us, protect our families, all those that are traveling. We ask you to be with them, to be with us as we cover today. Help us that you might give us wisdom and help us to do everything according to your will. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen. So I'm tasked on the first of the list to have a short devotion. I'll see if I can get it done in 5 minutes. And the topic is the promise in the soil. I want to share with you this Bible verse in Genesis 1:11, and it says, "Come right in, my brother. You can get your snack and eat as we cover the devotion." It says, "And God said," what did God said? What day did he say that of creation? Make a guess. Anybody? What day? Day number 3. Before he started created, the verse prior said that the earth was what? The earth was without form and it was void. And here in the third day of creation week, God said, "Let the earth bring forth." Reflection on this verse for today. When he spoke, he didn't just make plants appear for the moment. He installed a what? A permanent system of life and abundance. It's approximately almost 7,000 years since sin, right? And we don't know how long the earth existed before that. And the voice of God, when he spoke, what's happened if we look around us? There is still abundance in the areas where it's not affected. He commanded the earth to bring forth, placing the power of reproduction and harvest directly into the what? Directly into the soil and the seed. It says, "Let the earth bring forth. Let it bring forth herbs and trees bearing fruits." Who what? Whose seed is what? In itself. It's quite amazing how, even today you look, and I want to assure you something. As the earth, and sometimes we plant and it doesn't survive, let's not give up. Because it's more than we can see. It's the voice of God that is still, the earth is still obedient to his voice. The fire can come and destroy the vegetation in an area, and nothing is on it. After 6 months, what happened? Did anybody plant a seed there? But it still grows. Why? Because the soil is still obedient to the voice of God. And to conclude, I want to leave this thought with you for the day. Every time you plant a seed, you are participating in the miracle of the third day. Don't be discouraged by delay. The blessing in the seed and in the promise is in the soil. So, as we cover today, I hope we can appreciate the third day of creation and understand the blessing. God has spoken. The earth has been obedient. And there is a part that I read in a book that was called Country Living. It says the earth is waxing old. When you plant back then, it's different from now. The yield is smaller, but it will yield. And it will yield sufficient for our needs. So I hope we can have encouragement and understand that what we do, we are participating in something great. And it is a part of God's plan for us to do it. Trust me, I've done it for 2 years. I've tried and failed, and there is nothing better than you put a seed, it grows, and you can eat the fruit of it. There's nothing better for me. That's a great experience. And I experience it, and I want all of us to have a part of it, to share that joy of planting and reaping. Thank you very much. And now I will ask Isabel she will be leading in the training today. And so I'll ask her to come and let's start.
All right. Good morning, everyone. I'm glad I was able to get you out of bed early. Because on a Sunday, you would have probably been relaxing, right? This young man shaking his head. And when I came in, I saw everybody munching, which was good because early bird catches the most worm, right? And if you're into gardening or you're a licensed farmer, one of the first things that you want to do when you get up is you give thanks, but you also want to get out into your soil, right? Hence the reason you were asked to come out early today. And I know that Sunday is very packed. Everybody is preparing on a Sunday for the week ahead, so we had to get out early this morning. My name is Isabel Bennett Moody. This is my beloved husband. He's with me on this training. In this capacity, I am a soil doctor. I was trained by the Ministry of Agriculture, and the whole idea of having to do training affords us as soil doctors to come out to train persons who are interested in farming or basic gardening. Now, let me see by show of hands how many persons have planted at least once in their lifetime so far. So we have a full, did I see hands at the back there too? Awesome, very good. So let me see who have killed a plant during their lifetime as well. Okay then, so this is interesting. Let me see by the show of hands who thinks that the soil that we have around is good enough to plant. Is good enough? I see like kind of, hands never gone up, shoot up like I did earlier. All right, good, we're on the right path. Okay, so what will happen today is that the training that we are going to be sharing with you is based on how to test soil. While Elder bring up some information here, my husband is actually a soil doctor trainee. So he will be leading the training, and I'm in the background giving the support along with another soil doctor trainee, okay? Why that happens like that? Because when we were trained by the Ministry of Agriculture, we had to go out and license and actually train licensed farmers. Anybody in here as a licensed farmer as yet? Yes, you're a licensed farmer? Anybody have a farm that is registered in the system? Yes, you do? Awesome. So if you have a farm that is licensed with the Ministry of Agriculture, you can actually apply to become a licensed farmer once you start tilling your soil after this training. Anybody like that idea? Does that sound good? All right. So I'm going to hand over to him now, Mr. Andrew Moody, while he does the official introduction and introduction of himself. Again, I'm waiting for one more trainee. She's coming all the way from Rancho Dolores to join us today. So I'm happy you're here, and I hope you get excited about soil, all right?
Hi, good morning. Like was said before, my name is Andrew Moody, and I'm a soil doctor trainee, which means that when I'm finished with several training, I'll get my official doctor's license for the soil, right? I can't wait. So a bit about what I've been doing for the interest of soil and planting. I grew up in a family who've always been planting, village life they call it, right? Grew up summers, Christmas, between Biscayne and Scotland Half Moon. And my grandfather, both of them on each side, they both planted. Both of them had experience with different soil. Now, research had shown that River Valley area is the best place to plant. It has beautiful topsoil. It has the moisture of the trees, early mornings, a lot of dew fall. And then we have the Biscayne area, which is Pine Ridge. So it has a different texture of soil. So both of them had both different experience. And I've always wondered why certain things don't grow over this side that I see my other grandfather grow over that side, right? So I've always been interested in it. I went to BAJC, Belize Adventist Junior College, and I got the opportunity to take agriculture, which I was happy to do because my interest was already there. So I took agriculture there and I learned a lot of things, right? And a lot of things that I've learned there, I've also learned and saw they brought full circle through the Ministry of Agriculture, so I was right on the right track, right? So what really pushed us, when I met my wife, I realized, and she told me she's vegetarian, all right? No meat. And she eats a lot of vegetables. So we discussed, and I noticed she's a planter. She has hundreds of variety of plants in her yard, beautiful plants, right? A lot of orchids, succulents. We have the air filters. There's a lot of beautiful plants. But when I got there, I said, but you can't eat these plants, right? So you're wasting time planting these things that you can't eat. So I told her my interest is eating what I grew. I've seen that, I've enjoyed that, I've known that, and that has been my interest through agriculture. So we said we were going to try to see if we could build a garden. COVID came, all right? So at that point, we weren't married yet. We were still talking. So I went over to her yard, and then I said to myself, I said, well, a man is supposed to be a provider, a protector, so I need to show myself, right? So I said, we have COVID, the lockdown, you can't go to the store, you can't. So I said, I'm going to build you a garden so that you can have all the food to eat right in your backyard, right? And so I got to work. I came over early in the morning. At that time, I was training over in BDF camp. Spent 14 months there, and with my job, I was able to move in COVID, thank God. So I came over, took up the backyard, flip it over, move out all the old things. I built the ground, and I started, right? So I'm going to show you a video of what we had accomplished during that time. Yeah, so while he's doing that, who started a garden before here? Right? One of the joy that we first got together was planting the seeds in the tray. And a week and a half, and you start to see the little things come up, right? And when we came back, maybe like 2 weeks after, there were plants this size, right? So that gave us a real joy. How many people experienced that, right? To see that something you plant in a seed came up, right? And then when it finally started to blossom and push out a fruit or a vegetable, right? That was a good feeling to see something that you put into the ground actually come out. Right? Can you find it? Amen. All right, in the meantime, Isabel will pass the agenda around. I'll put the mic there.
Cast this.
3 months ago, Senator Isabel Bennett started this backyard farm at her residence in Ladyville. It's a way to provide for her family during the uncertain times of the COVID-19 pandemic.
So it started with basically like 3 sacks. I have a good community. So that's the blessings that this little garden is actually providing for us.
3 months ago, Senator Isabel Bennett started this backyard farm at her residence in Ladyville. It's a way to provide for her family during the uncertain times of the COVID-19 pandemic.
So it started with basically like 3 sacks of black soil. I remember my friend and I and my brother digging in one section of the garden, and then it just blossomed into everything that you see here. And as it is right now, I think I've forgotten how many trees we have in the garden since basically March of 15th of March of this year. A little about 3 months, and the harvest has been abundant.
Here, Bennett grows a number of vegetables and herbs which she shares with her family and friends and even neighbors. Today, we harvested some okras and some herbs. She recounts her first harvest.
That was an amazing moment because I go into the cucumber's patch and I really didn't see the first cucumber. It was my best friend actually that found it, and he plucked it and we cut it, and I could tell you, Ms. Polanco, nobody couldn't tell me that that wasn't the best cucumber in the whole wide world. It tasted so different. And it's not just the cucumber, but it's the okra, it's the bell peppers we're waiting on. We have thyme to put in the beans. We have cilantro.
For this first-time backyard farmer, growing her produce organically ensures that they're safe to eat. But having this garden also saves a trip to the market and helps to keep money in her pockets.
I no longer have to go to the market. I can go to my kale patch and I can just pick the amount of leaves that I need for a sandwich or to make a stir-fry kalaloo with spinach. It keeps the food fresh, freshly on my table, so it's economic as well. And there's so much in terms of mental stability or psychology. It gives you that sense of peace. Something about having to till and care about the earth, Mother Nature, when it gives back to you, it's unexplainable.
It's a small backyard space that Bennett converted into a small farm, and she had to get resourceful to maximize the area and increase her crops, which she says you can do even without the yard space. To start, you'll need black soil, seeds, and water coupled with some self-determination, and the rest will follow.
Well, there's always the option of using hanging plants. And I would use, as you can see in the background here, I use plastic bags for my lettuce. So there are many, many ways that you can literally just start. And you don't have to be growing produce for the whole country. You just need to be able to produce enough for your home to supply your home. I don't use 5 bell peppers when I'm preparing a meal. I just need 1 or 2, depending on what I'm preparing. So for me, it's self-sustainability for my family. You need just basically, as you begin, just 1 or 2 hours per day. Because I didn't have to stand at my cucumber patch. They didn't require my presence. All I needed to do at the beginning, and it did what it had to do in the end.
And if you're not convinced about starting an herb garden or a veggie backyard farm, Bennett says there are too many benefits for you not to.
In your own way, in your own space, you're creating a clear or air filter-free atmosphere. 2, there's a psychology behind it. It gives you a peace of mind and ease. When you hear the water being showered onto the leaves, it's so relaxing. When you come out and you see your seedlings popping up, there's so much joy, and then you think about, oh my gosh, some weeks down the road, I'll be getting a sweet pepper, I'll be getting a watermelon. And if, as parents, if we would do this and we encourage our children to do it, then they can learn the skills. And it's not hard. And they can continue that kind of legacy. And as a country, if we would do it, if we would do planting, it would definitely help us to have less import. So if you think in your own family unit that you may not be able to impact your country, you can.
Reporting for News 5, I'm Andrea Polanco.
Right. Interesting, right? So we are proof.
In today's video, we're going to be exploring the Belize agricultural industry. We're going to be telling you about what is produced in Belize. We're going to be visiting some.
We are proof that it can work, and you don't need a big farm, 20, 30 acres. All right? You could use whatever space you have, you can transform that into your garden. And trust me, we had so much things that we kept giving to people. You know, she put them in bag, give it to people, go to church, give it away, because there's so much. You know? So I hope that encourages you. I hope that sets a little more excitement in you for us to start today. And then we'll jump right into it and hand it over back to Isabel. Sure.
Set up your phone, set up your lab. How big is it? Set up your lab.
This garden here.
Our yard
Yeah.
space is 75 by 50.
But the house is in that too.
It's a lot.
Right? So it's just the backyard. I'll say the backyard that we use is probably 50 by 30. By 30. And we have all of those things. Right?
Big space, right? No, it's not big at all. All right, so we're back to getting on with the rest of the program. There is one more clip that I needed to introduce. So the program that we're sharing with you is a program that is global. All right, it's a global soil doctors program. At the back there, hello. Did I get your attention? All right, so what I'm showing you here is just a point of reference. When we say global, it's international. The United Nations, again, accord for different ministries. We don't need the audio this time. So that's Spanish, right? So what they do is that the ministries of agriculture in every country, once they link with the United Nations send in soil scientists, and they teach us how to go out, how to train, and then how to come out to train you. And so this is one of those clips way when on a specific farm. This is in Colombia. So what I'm doing with you right now is happening in different places in the world, and people how to till the soil, how to care for the soil. We therefore cut costs from our pockets, right? Because on a given time, it's Christmas time, how much is piece of expensive? Kind of thing. Now, one sheep of a tree can go this high, and it can give you yield for 6 months, or if you maintain it, it can go on. And for you only need 2 sheep of a tree and you're good. All right? And I'm sure you can speak to other things as I share along. So this is Colombia, and then there is another clip. So again, this is in Africa, Congo. They speak their own language as with Africans. And so they're sharing the same information, getting the same information. As you can see, we wear the same utility vest, right? So it's our official uniform. The trainees, they get to wear the nicer t-shirts when not hot. And the cap, right? All right, so everything that they're getting is the same thing that you will be getting today as well. And then we have the Belize segment in which we were trained. The other clip. Oh, you want me to? Sorry. The other clip, please. And so the soil scientists that came in to train the Ministry of Agriculture extension officers and myself, I was the only female there. And I emphasize that because most of the time, persons that are on the field farming are usually males. But we're getting a lot more females getting into farming because it's very lucrative. And of course, if you're a housewife and you have your backyard gardening, you save a lot of money. All right, the Belize clip. There's one more. So we had, yes. We had Dr. Juan Carlos from Chile. And that was us in Belmopan being trained, just as the setting that we are here, and then we go out into the field. We were learning quite a lot, and it was very, very exciting. So I hope that you can get excited too about soil. Today, when you leave here, you will understand what soil is. You will understand some of the practices that you have been doing or other people have been doing that is actually detrimental to the soil. And as Elda had said earlier, the earth is waxing, which means that we ourselves are destroying the soil. And so we have to relook at or reassess the practices that we do with soil, all right? You're also going to be, so you will learn what soil is. You will learn some of the practices not to do. You will also learn how to improve your soil. You will learn how to test your soil and how to identify your soil. All right? Are you with me, everybody? Sounds like a lot? Say it again. All right. So again, so that was us out getting our training. We have all the information here on paper. However, with your permission, once if you allow us, we can put you in a WhatsApp and we can help to follow you and guide you along moving forward to other activities that you would like to do or understand about soil. All right? That's it, Elder. Thank you very much. So I will start to distribute the documents so that you can have them. And we will start first by explaining what soil is, okay? Please write your name on it at the top. When you're in that classroom, it's good to get a test, right? All right, so your first question is, have you heard about the Global Soil Doctor before today, yes or no? Only 5 questions I have for you, nothing hard. Okay, the second question is, how long does it take for soil to be formed? How long does it take for soil to be formed? How long it take a baby? Not, the normal is 9 months, right? All right, so how long does it take for soil to grow or to be formed? Just put a number. How many layers, the next question, number 3, how many layers of soil exist? How many layers? 1 layer, 2, like a nice cake? How many layers of soil exist? No cheating, no cheating. No peeking, no peeking. Next question, where am I? Number 3? Number 4 already? All right, so I might need to give you 6 or 7. Which of the following soil is best retaining water or holds water best? Which of the following soil? I'm going to name you 4. Silty, sandy, clay, or loomy. There are 4 types. Which of those 4 types hold water best? Silty, sandy, clay, or loamy? Just write one, just write one. I'm testing your pre-knowledge of soil. If you don't know, you don't know yet. But at least take a guess. A good student make a good guess. Multiple choice, right? And then, which of the following which of the following soil have the lowest capacity to hold water? The lowest capacity to hold water. Silty, sandy, clay, or loomy? Silty? I can't give you the answer, man. It's a test, remember? Silty, sandy, or clay, or loomy? Which one holds the least amount of water, lowest amount of water? What number are they? 5. All right, 6 then. 6, a quick one. How many types of soil exist? Huh? That was a trick question, man. All right, you asked for another one in that case. I won't give that one. All right, so one question. Texture ring method test affords you to test your soil stability, yes or no? Texture, again, texture ring method test affords you to test your soil texture. Yes or no? You need a tip? How many questions is that? 6. All right, I will leave you with that, and then we will begin into what soil is. Everybody have their answer paper? All right, make sure you put your name on it for me, please. Put your date. At the top, it should have your name, and it should say pre-test. There's a reason why I'm giving you this instruction. Pre-test. What is soil? Yes.
Yeah. All right. So first of all, we'll walk you through what the soil is, right? So we have here a diagram of what you're looking at when you look at your soil. So soil is made up of 25% air, 25% water, 45% mineral particles, and 5% organic matter. We know what water is. We know what air is, right? Mineral particles. Those are the little vitamin and nutrients that are left in the soil. And then we have the organic matter. Now, organic matter is very important to the soil, all right? And they have it here at 5%. Everybody tracking? All right. So, usually the soil organic matter is much more abundant in what part of the soil? The topsoil, all right? Exactly. And then further below, we have the subsoil. So here we have a diagram of, you dig a hole in the ground, and you will notice what at the top? What do you notice immediately? The color, all right? The topsoil is much darker because the topsoil will have more what? Organic matter, all right? And then we have the subsoil here, which have it in reverse. We have more mineral and less of the organic matter. You notice the color changes to brown, gray, sandy looking. All right, it has less organic matter as we go down further. All right, and then one of the things we need to do is very important is take care of our soil, right? Especially since it's vulnerable to degradation and can disappear in seconds. One of the things that can happen in areas that burn off real quickly, the fire hurts the topsoil. The topsoil, if you notice, if you look out, and especially under trees, right? Over time, the leaves, they fall. The leaves die, the sticks, the branches, they fall, they die, and then you have that topsoil, which is considered very, very, very organic, all right? So we have to take care of our topsoil. And it also tells us here that there's 5 factors of soil formation. And factors that affect the soil formation. Anybody have any idea? Different things that will affect soil formation. All right, I'll tell you. So we have the climate. Whether it's cold or it's hot, it affects the formation of the soil. Then you have different organisms that lives in the soil. So if you notice, when you dig up certain soil, especially black soil, the rich soil area, you'll notice there's a lot of worms. Worms that we take out to go fishing. So the worm actually excretes some very, very nutritious matter for the soil that the plants love. It's like their sugar rush. It's like, you know, they love it because it's very nutritious to them. So we visited agriculture department, and they have a whole tub full of worms that they grow, the worms, and the excretion from the worm runs down in a pipe, and they catch it in a bottle, and they sell that. You can buy that and add that to your soil, and that will give your soil, boom, like vitamins, right? So if you're digging your soil or you see worms, do not kill the worms. Leave the worms in the soil. It is very, very good for your plants, all right? It also tells us the different factors of soil creation is the type of ground, if it's rocky, if it's mountain, and time. It takes time, all right, for soil to develop. And we will find out how long it takes after this, all right? So over here, there's a depiction of what happens with the soil. So the first one, it tells us that the soil traps carbon dioxide. All right? We need oxygen to breathe. The carbon dioxide in the air, the soil helps to trap it. So that's one of the reasons why we need to take care of the soil, all right? There's also leaching. So we have underwater current, like where we dig our wells, we have underwater veins. What the soil helps to do is to mitigate some of the things that get leached down into the water. All right, when you fertilize, over-fertilize the land, what happens? It leaches through the soil. Or the soil is there to kind of give us a barrier. If you destroy that, then all the runoffs will run straight into the underwater resources. How many people have a well here? Anybody have a well? Then your well will get affected by the different things that are being processed. All right? Protecting the soil. If you see, I'm not sure if you can see this or if they passed it out to you. Here it depicts where if you clear your land completely, take off all the trees and the grass, what happens when it rains? You have mudslide. The water will just slip right through your land, muck and all of that. But if you have trees and grass and so that holds the soil together, it will slowly have the water seep into the ground instead of rushing across your land, taking off all your topsoil, taking off your land. If you live on a mountainside, that could, or a hillside, you could have mudslides, right? So we need to take care of our land. Also, there's a nutrient cycle. And this one, I really enjoyed this one. This one I learned in agriculture school, right? Very interesting. So the animals, they eat the grass. The animals, they poop, and then that goes through its cycles and it becomes nutrients for the plants. All right? So take care of your topsoil. The grass is there so that the animal can eat it, and then so that this process, this nutrient cycle can happen. So the habitators of the soil, like I said, when you see the worms and the animals, the little animals in the insects and so in the soil, we want to kill out them, spray them, and get rid of them, right? They're actually good because what the insects excrete in the soil, it's nutrients for the soil, so the grass and the trees could grow healthy so that your animals on the top could eat healthy and a cycle continues, right? Take care of the soil. And then we have here where the soil holds cultural heritage. We find when people do researches, historical artifact finders, the soil helps to preserve artifacts that have been buried for many years, right? Like the Egyptians have found so many artifacts. The Mayans, we have found artifacts covered down in soil. So soil helps to protect, all right? It also helps to protect with climate restoration. So if you notice, you maybe can't see it, all right? If you have the flyer, you can look at it. If you have the land bear, all right? You have the land bear. The same thing happens, UV, smoke, everything is affected. But if you have the grass there, right, there's a layer of protection on your property. All right, so thank you very much. All right, so we also get provisions for construction materials from the soil. We get rocks, sand, we get our lumbers and wood from the trees that grow. So this is all the importance of soil. We're just compacting why soil is important. It provides for us, for the plants, for the insects, for the animals. Soil is very, very, very important to life and to survival for us, animals, insects, creatures, plants. All right? All right, so it's a source of pharmaceuticals and genetic resources. So there is herbs and medicinal plants that are planted and we end up using, right? Who could tell me a medicinal plant that they have in their backyard or anybody? Fever grass, sage, thyme. Thyme is nice in the beans. You have the culantro, oregano. See? Exactly, right? So we can get, and some of those things are not only used to put in the food, it's used as medicinal purposes. I remember they use thyme, warm it, squeeze the juice in your ears to pain your ears. Anybody ever done that before? Exactly. Sage, I know they drink the sage, warm it and drink it, right? So medicinal, herbals, all of those things we get through the soil, all right? And the other one, foundation for human infrastructure. Now, there is this place coming out of Belize City that growing up we used to call it Leanville, right? Where all the buildings were leaning, right? And if you notice, the roads often have to get repaired. All right, so the foundation, the soil, there's different type of soil, all right? There's stony, rock, the loamy, clay, and then the loose sand, muddy. So the soil provides foundation. When you're building a house, what type of soil would you want to have there? You wouldn't want to build your house on loose, right? The man who built a house on the sand, yeah, wash away, right? So the soil is very, 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 very important to building a house or structures or infrastructure. And then finally, what happens here when everything is in harmony? When the soil is properly taken care of, everything is put together. It provides provision of food, fiber, for clothing, for fuel, for fire. So everything is in harmony if we ensure that we take care of the soil. Everybody good at that? So it is very important that we understand the importance and all the benefits of soil and the things that we can do to protect the soil. All right? We'll go over to the other flyer.
All right. So did we get that? I know sometimes when you're getting new concepts, it may be a little bit challenging understanding some of the terminologies, but this is what soil is. Can anybody tell me, just looking on your paper right in front of you, the flyer, what soil is? Just a recap. Anybody like to recap for us? Or I have to call name. Go ahead, my dear. Tell me. Because you guys quiet. We got to get a little bubbly. Go ahead. Organic matter. Okay. How much % of it is organic matter? 45? Go again. 5% right there. Just 5% organic. All right. What else? It has minerals. How much %? Uh-huh. And how much water? 25. And how much air? So how much air do you have in your body? Do you know? Do you know how much water you have in your body? Oh, no, know the part, right? So how much water do we have as human beings? Somebody said it earlier, 70. 70 something. Google it quickly. Something like that. So soil also needs to have water. Why do we need water in our bodies? So that all the organs then could operate properly, right? Because you can't have dehydration in here. If you have dehydration, your gut starts to stick, your brain not function properly and all of that. The same thing happened with the soil. If the soil doesn't have water, we know what happens. You end up with deserts, all right? And your plant actually dies. Why does the soil have to have minerals? We don't take on the vitamins? Why won't we take on the vitamins? To be healthy. So the soil also needs minerals to be healthy as well, right? And listen, the same minerals we want to take or we want to eat in our food, not come from the soil necessarily. It actually are some of the same minerals that the plant needs. And you will understand that a little later. Who likes salt? Who likes to eat golden plum salt? Nice, right? Watch on the hands gone up. Watch on the pressure, they go up there too. The reality is the plant also needs salt just like you and me. You need potassium for your heart to beat? Yes, the plant also needs potassium for it to grow. So when I say the same minerals what you would eat, what you should be eating from food, it's the same minerals that the plant uses to grow. All right? The plant need air. Ask how much air we have. What part of we air storing for we body? Mainly in our lungs, but every single cell in our body have a little bit of air in there. All right? And then the organic matter is what actually makes them function even more. Our organic matter is what? Let me hear it. Our poops, our pee, our sweat. So just like us, the plant, the soil, therefore, is what? From this explanation, the soil is a living thing. When you leave here today, you will and must have a different appreciation for soil. You will see soil in a different light from this training. More appreciation of what it is and how God has blessed us with soil. All right? So, as my husband was explaining earlier, it's made up of different things. We're not going to go over there. I just had to recap that just now. We're going to move to the next slide now. How to best manage your soil.
All right. Now that we know what soil is and what make up soil, we will now learn how to take care of our soil, how to best manage our soil. It's right there. All right, so it's flyer number 6. It has a number at the top right. How to best manage your soil, right? All right, so now we'll look at some examples of some recommended practices. So we'll start over here at land preparation. All right, how many of you have a farm that works it, plants, or a garden? All right, what are some of the things you do before you start to plant with the soil? Dig it up. Rake it up, we clean it, take off all the grass, so you can see the dirt, we plow it, All right, so what we have here is an example of the land preparation. So if you notice, this is like a slope, all right? And look at this practice here. What did they do? In layers, exactly. So like we spoke about before with the clearing of the property and the rain, if you put it in layers, when it rains, it will not wash away the property, the land, the soil, right? The topsoil will not wash away because it will be coming down in layers. You understand? You ever see people do farming on mountainside? If you just clear it in a slope, when there's heavy rain, especially we live in tropic areas where it rains a lot, the water will wash away everything. Imagine you're planting your vegetables here, and there's a landslide. You didn't put it in the separation, right? The terrace. And the rain coming, it will slide off everything. All right, so the best practice would be to put it in layers, in terrace, so that you have different steps up. The water will come and trickle down slowly. Everybody understand? All right, so here we have what most people do, especially with big farms, but this is telling us that we must avoid heavy machinery when necessary to avoid compaction of the soil. We want the soil to be naturally loose so that whatever the roots of the plants can grow. And minimal soil disturbance like this tilling. All right? No. Too much of the tilling. What lives in the soil? The worms, the minerals, right? And if you dig up that, what happened to the worms? The worms will die. So we will affect the soil's natural transition to benefit the plants, all right? All right, go up for me. All right, so optimize irrigation, water quality, and water use efficiently. So what this is saying, that you'll have to water your plants. You don't turn on the water, and you go to market or go to Belize and come back and leave the plants being wet. All right, there's time that you'll need to water the plant, and you have to know the right amount of water, more or less, that the plants need. All right, in rainy season, you won't be watering your plants the same way you'll water your plants in the dry season. All right? Imagine you get up, you water the plants, and you leave, it starts to rain. So you'll monitor how you water the plant, you monitor the weather. A planter must pay attention to the weather. Check the weather in the morning, check the weather in the evening. Try to understand when it will rain. And let's say it finished raining this afternoon, 2-3 hours of pouring down rain. Will you come and water the plants 5 o'clock in the evening? No. So you have to pay attention and understand that you have to be optimize your irrigation process, all right? Go up for me. All right, so still, yes, brother. Mm-hmm. All right, so I will encourage you, catch the rainwater or the groundwater. The pipe water is very dangerous to your plants because of the high level of chlorine. All right, so catch the water or use the groundwater, pond water. That is very, very good to water your plants with, all right? If you notice, you keep watering your plants every day with the hose from the pipe water, your plants will turn yellow, they change color. All right? So try as best to water your plants with.
All right, and if you don't have rainwater or you don't have well water, what we advise is that you can actually get those big buckets or a drum of pipe water and put it out in the sun for 48 hours. And that, the sunlight, magic as always allows that, remove the impurities, and you have really good water to water your plants. Have that there, even if birds poop in there, seeds drop in there, etc., that's perfect. And or you don't even have to be dipping it out yourself. You just set it up in a way and you put pipes, tubing to your plants, and you have that little drip, 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 drip along the way.
Yeah. All right? All right. So we have here manage runoff. So when you're planting, you plant in rows. All right? So I have an example of, this is probably corn here. When you plant in rows. You put the little trenches in between so that unnecessary water can run off and the right amount of water can remain within the plants, all right? All right, so different plants come with different distance inches that you have to plant in between, all right? So we have crop and seed selection. Choose crops and good quality seed adapted to your local soil condition. And that is why we're here. By the end of this presentation, you'll have more or less an idea what plant grows best in different area. I'll tell you right off bat that I learned sweet potatoes and potatoes does not grow good in clay. Why? Because the sweet potato grow under the ground. The clay is thick and sturdy. It won't grow. It will stifle it, exactly. So what do you think the best soil for growing sweet potatoes and potatoes? Loose sandy soil, right? Very good, very good. All right, so this is actually a very interesting one. All right, crop rotation and mixed cropping. So let's say you have an area that you're planting corn this season. When that corn dies, you plant beans. And then rotate it. Why? Because the beans have nutrients for the corn and the corn have nutrients for the beans. So you won't have to use any fertilizer there. They're fertilizing themselves. And also another way that you can do is mixed cropping, where you plant the corn and the beans in between. Right? So it provides for each other in the soil. So you'll have good yield. While you're reaping your corn, you could reap the beans. You make a turkey and a bale of beans at the same time. All right? Everybody understand what's happening with that, right? All right. Different plants provide for different plants. Yes. Moon. All right. So that is a very, very, very interesting one. I grew up learning about the moon, right? My grandfather keeps telling me about the moon. Even now he keeps telling me. My father keeps telling me about the moon. But then that I have learned through agriculture is that once you prep the soil right, you can plant without the moon. But I'm not saying to throw away the knowledge of the moon. All right? We'll work it. We'll try to work it together. But what I've learned that, especially your 3 months crop, like your cabbage, your sweet peppers, tomatoes, things that are rotation within 3 months. Once you have the proper soil, you can plant that anytime. You plant that anytime. Just make sure the soil has the right texture, the right minerals, and the right strength for that plant. All right? I know, how many of you know about the moon thing or follow the moon thing? Yeah. So I grew up on that, and it's still a battle between me and my father when we talk about that discussion, but I have learned, I've planted, I have never, after school, I have never looked at the moon. And if you notice how our garden looked, and many other gardens that I had, we just made sure that the soil was right. All right? But I'm not discrediting the moon, because my grandfather keeps telling me that if you plant the plantain on the wrong moon, you're a boss. Right? So I'm not discrediting your moon thing, but I'm saying we're here to teach you about the soil and how to make the soil best to plant your stuff. All right? Keep your soil covered. Come over here. All right? So, who know about mulching? All right? Mulching, you put the clippings and the grass cuttings and the leaves around your plants to keep it moist. You won't have to do a lot of watering, and you'll be able to have your plants gaining some of the nutrients from those. Yeah. And you use that for the mulching. Yeah. Yeah, definitely. And the cow manure has a lot of nutrients in it to put into the soil, to have the soil gain minerals and the necessary things that it needs to have the plant grow, no? All right, so we also have here the perennial crops and the cover crops. So in between your taller trees or taller plants, you could grow vines. What are the things that we have growing on the vines? Like if you put pumpkins, yeah, cucumbers to run around on the ground in between the plants, it provides a cover for the ground. Also shade, so the ground keeps cooler, water retains a little bit better, all right? And then, come down for me, all the way. All right, so agricultural inputs. Ensure that you have, I'll finish off here, enough organic matter input into your soil or on top of your soil. All right, organic matters are the composting, leaves, banana, exactly. And I guess that is why Miss Isabella had said, don't throw away your banana skin and your peels and stuff like that, all right? Because we add those to the dirt. Yes? I'm just thinking about the temperature of the water. Mm-hmm. Good one, right? So you won't take the hot water and go water the plant. The sun just activates the process that it needs. Later on, when it cools in the evening and the water cools down, or in the morning when you just get up, because if you notice the dew falls in the morning, that does the natural thing with the plant. But you have, the water is a little bit cooler then. So when it's in the morning, you water the plant. You don't, yeah, so don't get the hot water around 1, 2 o'clock and go water your plants. It will give the plants shock, right? burn up the roots or something like that. Remember, everything has its natural process, because we might say, but sun had malaria and come, and where that I do it the plant? God to do your work there. We shouldn't do anything to interrupt and to destroy that, all right? All right, so we move over to, yes? Yeah. 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 Yeah, there's that method too where we tried it. We tried a lot of different methods. So the water from the decomposing table scraps, you know, all the things that you cook with, you end up put it in like a 5-gallon, turn the 5-gallon upside down into a bucket or another container, and you add water to the top of it, and slowly, as it decomposes, the water that comes from the decomposing food scraps, you take to water your plants, which is a good way to add nutrients to your, especially if you're doing potted plants, backyard gardening. You could just, every day, get a gallon or half-gallon of water from that decomposing plant material and add it to the, and yes, you're right, when you're doing mulching and when you're doing putting the plant, the stuff to rot, so you could add, you cannot, let me see how I say it, you cannot just put it there because it has a temperature and it has a level of acidity in it, so you'll have to test it, all right? And I believe today Mrs. Alul will show you how to test your soil, all right? Yes, sir. Yeah. Well, I think it's whenever during the day you could harvest your plants. But I think there's... Yeah. But, I mean... Yeah, we're just going to say the type of... Yeah, the type of... Specific plant. Yeah. Yeah. In the morning. As the temperature rises up, right? Yeah, people water the plant morning and evening because that is too cool time. All right? But like she said, you water it in the morning. I still do water them morning and evening. It depends on exactly which plants we're working with and timing too. Sometimes you miss the morning, you forget to water your plant. You catch in at the evening, you water the plant. All right? But like Mrs. Isabel explained, we're in hot temperatures. You water your plant in the morning so they could use that water, stay cool during the course of the day. All right? So referring back to what you had asked just now, Here it's telling you about sustainable use and management of plant nutrients at the right time, source, place, and rate. All right, you had mentioned about not putting it directly on the plant, and this speaks to that. And it says limited use of pesticide, limit soil pollution. So the pesticide thing, I believe that there are some natural ways of using stuff to get rid of the insect. Like I know we use soap water to spray on it, like the dishwashing liquid. You put some of that in the water. Not every day, you know, you'll put it, let's say you have your garden in the back, you have some tomatoes, sweet peppers, and you notice there's little insect on it. Just mix a bottle of the water with the dishwashing liquid, maybe once every month. It depends on what you're seeing happening, and you spray it on there. All right? Yes, miss? The neem? How do you use it? Okay, yes. So I've also heard that you do it the same way. Put it in water to draw whatever nutrients that it gives to, and you spray it on the plants the same way. Cilantro. Okay, there are so many methods of, and yeah, sunflower is a good one to plant in between. Yeah, marigold, sunflower. All right, so like I said, limit the use of pesticides on your plants. I know you're seeing, maybe you have a lovely patch of sweet peppers or so, and then one day you start to see the leaves and the flowers falling off. You want to get rid of those insects, but by spraying your stuff with pesticides, and so that will in turn affect you, affect the ground that the plants are growing. So more natural ways is the best way to try to work with that, right? All right? Yeah, so that's it for that one. The ant spotter. That is specifically for ants, right? I was just going to tell you, if you could find where the ant's nest is, try to see how best you could put it as close as possible to it. I've never heard of the ant spotter really hurting the plants, but I may need to do some more research on that.
Okay, so we're going to recap. What were we learning just now? How to best manage your soil. Yes? Or were we learning what soil is just now? Let me see if you're following. How to manage, all right? So if we zoom in, we can see here that we were looking at land preparation. Wherever you're going to put your garden or wherever your farm is, you have to understand the terrain, whether it's flat or whether it's slope, okay? You also have to understand that if it's a large area and you're going to be doing plowing, that's not necessarily the best option. Why? All right. Okay, why would it destroy? Why does that happen though?
Because the insect that lives in there provides for the soil, soil, and it's destroying the
Yeah. Okay, good answer. Yes. That's what I really wanted to hear. In addition to what the gentleman said earlier, right? So when we take this plow and we dig under more than 12 inches, and everybody that believes love to till, dig up until they could see the white clay at the bottom, and then when they plant, they wonder why the plant not grow. Why? Because you actually disturb. They're like you peel off your skin, you know. You literally peel off the skin of the soil. And the skin protects you. And that topsoil protects the plant. Actually, it gives the plant the ice cream we need for grow, right? So we're moving away from tilling. There's a lot of things on YouTube that speaks to no tilling. You can go and do much more research on that. Yes, sir, go ahead. Well, that's different. Yeah, that is different. When we talk about the topsoil existing and you go till it, then that destroys the ecosystem of the soil. Then another thing, we had to look at the watering. We don't establish when we for water we plant and we garden, right? So no killing of plants after this. No overwatering, right? Michelle, then the pint pie, yo. And we have to, not only do we need to know when, but we also need to know what, Mish? You had asked it earlier, the temperature of the water, all right? And then what else about watering? It can be extended time. I'm glad that my husband mentioned, go in the turn on the pipe, lift the dripper on, go to Belize, go to Shabuna, come back, and then you said the plant drowned it then. Right? The crop and the seed selection, we understand this part. Even if you don't have one big farm area, you have one little small garden, this area right here, you want to plant your sweet pepper this season, and then next season you want to plant something else there. All right? And then, of course, keeping the soil covered. Never again, I'm sure you will practice. You see how out there bare? No grass growing there? Never again, I'm sure you will do that, right? Grass, something have to be over the soil. Just as your skin cover your body, there's some kind of protection that needs to happen on the soil. And then lastly, we were looking at the agricultural output. Here, again, emphasizing everything. After this, that's why you probably will take home your plate of garbage right now. And that paper towel is what? Biodegradable, so that can help in the soil. That piece of watermelon, that piece of banana skin, that piece of pineapple, that is perfect to be able to put soil organism in the soil, all right? So everybody can carry home their garbage? I would have hoped so, because when we first started off our garden, every seed became so important to me. I literally put my watermelon seed in that plate, cut the watermelon sweet. And you'll never know how much watermelon you can get out of one seed. That one single seed can feed your family. All right? We're not discrediting. There was a question? Go ahead. Uh-huh. Yes. It does. It does. You just have to manage it, though, so that you can see your, yes. And they will suck the nutrients. So you have to manage it. But at the same time, remember, you can cover the soil with leaves. Cover the soil with leaves. The same grass that everybody always cut and they throw away on the bud, I go collect them. And then my husband said, where you going with that bag of soil again? Bag of leaf again? I have 2 bags front of my yard. Yes, and over they get lost and green and your yard bare. Not even one worm won't grow in the soil because nothing is there to help them to cover it. All right? Yes, sir, go ahead. Yes. And probably other things too, because your soil, I'm sure, is probably good. That's why. Pine-rich soil? Perfect. Yes. Yes, that's a very good thing. So after this, I guess you know, collect on the neighbor grass, you know? Oh, yes, sir. Yes, that's a very good statement. Say that again for me. Come to the mic, sir. Come to the mic. Come say that for me. Come. Huh? Yes, man. Make that statement bold and strong for me, sir.
One thing I have learned is that we like should I treat like the soil the same way we like treat ourselves, right? Because it's a living thing.
Yes.
Right.
What's your name? Leslie. Mr. Leslie, thank you very much. All right, I'm thinking Sister Michelle is standing up because she wants to say that she told him that idea. Okay. All right, so what was that statement again, everybody? Did everybody digest that? The soil. So remember earlier I said to you that when you leave from this training today, you will look at soil differently. You will appreciate the soil that we're standing on right now. All right? So, you understand how to manage your soil? Yes, just like how you take care of your body from an agricultural perspective. We're ready for the next slide? Yeah, there's a question here. Uh-huh. What's the best approach to? And several things can happen there. So you're clearing this area, and you want to use it to build or to plant or whatever, right? Couple acres. So the plant that the trees are grown, big trees, you're going to cut those down, bulldoze them down, mercy. But anyways, because even as you're saying, I'm holding my head because as an agricultural person or sponsor, I am thinking we shouldn't cut down trees, but I understand that sometimes it has to happen. But if you cut down one tree, try plant 2 trees somewhere else, because that will help you on that same area in a different area of that same plot. Okay. So what you could do, sir, you see all of them people in here? They will need their logs to be able to do good, long-term, sustainable, good practices that we're going to talk about right now, backyard gardening. So you might want to sell them some of their logs. One more thing. When you cut down those logs, you can actually burn the logs, and you could use the ashes to strengthen the soil, because the ash, and I will give you homework right now. Before we finish with this training, you have to tell me why is it that you would want to use wood ash in your soil. It provides a nutrients. That's a hint. Yes, you can burn it, and you could actually sell the thing, or you just cut it up, and you can actually, we could actually show you how to actually build long sustainable gardens where you even have to do water on a regular basis and have putting. Well, the thing is, there's a law against burning, but at the same time, one other option, that's why I say you could just cut it into manageable pieces and actually sell those pieces of wood for people to actually make what we refer to as long-term garden beds. There's a German name for it. Can you find it for me, Mr. Moody? That you can actually put those logs on the ground, put layers of green grass clips, dry ones, and then 12 inches of soil, and that becomes your perfect garden bed for years. Horticulture. Pronounce it again. Hugiculture. I can't pronounce it. It's a German name. You put the logs and you put them neat together, close together. You put layers of leaf and green and dry ones. And then you put 12 inches of topsoil. But that topsoil will then need like the debris from the market, all the vegetable scraps. You put that and you mix it with the soil and you leave it there for a bit. And that can be your perfect backyard garden. And you don't even have to touch that for years. Why? Because the leaves and the logs at the bottom provide water and nutrients for the soil at the top. So the vegetables that you grow there flourishes. There, let me see if I answer Mr. Okay. Just as was being mentioned earlier, when you did the devotion, remember when there's fire, bushfire anywhere, it destroys the trees, yes, but at the same time, it removes some of the impurification from the soil, but the ash that is left actually goes back into the soil to allow for the seeds that are there that were not damaged to regenerate. It's a good process, but the downside to that is that the smoke goes up and it impacts the ozone layer, the air that we breathe. What you say? Yeah, no, that's why there's a law, right? Yeah. So like countries like India, you see how we could see we hand and we could see out there clear? It's totally different in India, in China. We don't want to get there. Why? Because they have removed much of their trees. It's a concrete jungle, as they call it. We are blessed because we have so much forest, and that is what we have been preserving. And you can be your own forest by planting one tree or leaving that one tree in your yard or adding more to it. Sorry, there are several questions. I'll go back to this. What's your name, sir? Mr. Smith. Yes, Mr. Smith. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. All right, so there's drawback with sawdust. The sawdust has to be very old, almost to the point of decaying. Why? Because the sawdust will literally suck the moisture from the soil. One, if the sawdust is cured wood, that is actually putting impurity into the soil, right? And then if it's a fresh amount of sawdust, you just pull it from the carpenter and you go mix it with the soil. That soil no already right now. That would have to decompose. Even if it's the powder form, the log at the bottom, remember. You put it at the bottom and you give it the layers where it needs so that no air pockets the in there. And then you put your soil and you let it sit for a bit. And remember, you want to put all kind of food scraps in there. We go to the market and we collect all the cabbage thing and we put it in our soil to enrich the soil. It sits there for at least 4 to 6 weeks, and then you see the worms. I remember one trainee said, but Miss Bennett, when I used to see this, the worm in the soil, I cut up the worm, I kill it. I said, you know, the one good thing about that is that when you cut the worm in two, it regenerates. So you get more worms. So I said, you weren't doing a bad thing in the end, but enough to kill the worm. You know? Yes, Michelle, and then the other. Oh. Oh my goodness. Where is she? All right. Hats off to you, my dear. We appreciate that you're taking care of the air that we breathe. Come into the camera view for me, please. Come.
About the sawdust thing, the sawdust, it works within your soil. We're not saying don't use the sawdust. It's very important that you use sawdust from trees that have been naturally cut down, right? Don't use sawdust from a carpenter shop that the wood has been cured or wood that has been painted or varnished. Don't ever use that sawdust. That will kill your plant. That is bad for the plants. All right? I built a garden in Barranco several years ago. The soil that the yard that we had gotten is clay, red clay. Red clay from maybe about 1 inch to 2 inch, it's red clay. So I had to build the soil. And what I used was the runoff from the river. So I went to the mouth of the river, and you know the rivers go far up. All the wash down from the river, it washes the topsoil off, it runs into the river, and then it floats up at the mouth of the river where the sea brings it in. So I went and I collected that. I went to the lumber yard. Now this lumber yard, they are pulling the logs right off of the forest, cutting the logs right there. So I collected all of those sawdust. So I took it back to the area that I would be doing the garden, and then I put it out in the rain and the sun for like 3 weeks to a month. I also got some of the manure from the chicken coop, put it out in the sun and the rain for 3 weeks. I put all of that together, and I created my soil that I planted in, all right? Because I didn't have soil to per se, because clay is not good to plant my vegetables that I was planting. So it's the type of sawdust. It works good because when it's fresh into the soil, it provides the soil with porous areas, you know. The roots can move, and it will take a little time to rot. But once it rots, it will provide nutrients for the plants. No? So, yeah. It will take a time, but don't use cured. Any lumber that is already cured or chemical, they're painted or varnished, don't use the sawdust from there. Right?
Well, the beauty of that, though, sir, Mr. Smith, is that when you go directly from the sawmill, it's not necessarily varnished wood you're getting, right? It's a raw thing. And you can use that in your, how do you pronounce the word again, sis? Hugelculture garden. You can do the woods, lay it down really nice, like in rows, like pencil, making sure that they're tight and close. And you can push the sawdust in there. That will be there for a while. That will be there at the bottom. It won't affect the plant immediately. And as you build your garden with the grass, the green grass and the dry grass, and you put the soil, that will be there at the bottom decomposing. So eventually you can still get the use of the sawdust, right? Any other question before we continue?
Mulching with the grass, the green or the dry?
Both. Why? I will give you another assignment before we leave here. You will find out, and if you have your Google and everything right now or WhatsApp, ask, why is it good to use green grass clipping as well as dry grass clipping? I remember when I was smaller, I used to go to my grandmother and ask her to help me spell some words. And she said, no, go to the dictionary. And so when I go to the dictionary, I saw it for myself, so I didn't have to go back to her any at all. So I'm giving you that assignment. I will give you all the answers. Why do you use green grass clippings, and why do you use the dry grass clippings? You did ask me or you tell me which one? All right, good. You're getting there. What do you say, Mr. Yes. So what does the green give to the soil? And then, okay, all right, the nitrogen. Yes, the green. So you don't want to throw away the green. Where anybody, they cut their grass and then you collect it and you carry it and you put it in your garden. But you also want to put the dry one. Why? Carbon. All right? It's basic nutrients. Remember, you take your vitamins, you take your one a day, you ladies and gentlemen, the same thing the soil needs. And so God provides every single thing around us to be able to nurture the soil. Are you seeing that? All right. No more questions. We're moving to the next one. Go ahead. Nitrogen? Uh-huh. So you can have too much in the soil, and so when we do the test, we will show you how you can add stuff to it to make it the balance that it needs. All right? So we're moving to the next chart now, and we are now going to be looking at how to enhance our soil.
All right. This is the part now, right? We love this. All right, so we have been discussing this a lot already. All right? So how to enhance the soil. So practices. What can you do to enhance your soil, organic matter content of your soil in a sustainable manner? So we talked about keeping the soil bare. What does this say? This is wrong, right? It has a big red. Stop. Stop bearing the soil. All right? Look what happens when you have the soil bare. It's dry, it's crap, there's nothing there. So adding compost and mulch, plant residue, green manure. All right? Keep the ground covered. Add nutrients to the soil by adding what you guys are talking about, the mulching, the compost, and plant residue, green manure. All right? So sustainable management. This is very good. Stop bearing the soil. All right? It's dangerous for the soil and the plants. And then here we have excessive or inappropriate tillage. We said that we're trying to move away from the tilling. We discussed why. We affect the natural transition of the soil with the nutrients. We dig deep. We pass the top layer, the top soil with all the nutrients. We bring up the mud. We bring up the bad soil from the bottom. And then we push the time process back of having our plants actually grow. All right? So reduce tillage. So if he was all the way down here, they brought it up so no more than 12 inches of touching the soil. All right? So decrease the tillage frequency and the depth of what we are tilling. Because remember, I know big farms are out there that they do some sort of tilling. But we're moving away from that. Less disturbance of the topsoil will be better for your plants. All right? Excessive watering, we spoke about that. Don't turn on your pipe and leave your garden or your area wet. See what they have? They have a dripping process, sustainable water management. So this is from drip pipes. If you'll have this on all day, it keeps the roots, the soil around the root moist, so the plants keep wetting. Now, this is for if you have different type of plants that need watering all day, instead of just coming and throwing one amount of water on it. Especially this is a dry season. All right? You keep it dripping. This remains moist, so even the sun doesn't really affect it. All right? Now, overgrazing, this one is quite interesting and practical because my grandfather has a pasture with cows, and we grew up understanding he has it partitioned. All right, there's like 4 different partitions on the pasture. So we'll notice that the cows are eating in this area, and over there, there's tall grass in that area. All right, you watch the months. And you move the cows out of that area, you put them in that area, you lock off this area so there's not overgrazing. And even the pasture will tell you when you're overgrazing the ground. It will start to grow prickles. A lot of prickles will be out there. The ground will be telling you that you're overgrazing me. All right? So let's do sustainable grazing. Move the animals around. Ensure that we're not putting your sheep in the area where, sheep eat everything. Dig up the dirt and eat everything, all right? Be careful how we're doing that. We'll destroy the topsoil. Remember, we're talking about soil maintenance, how to ensure that the soil remain profitable for all of us, all right? We spoke about the crop rotation and intercropping already. So this is the best way to keep a soil, one of the best ways to keep a soil healthy and producing, all right? We spoke about rotating the crops. Don't just put corn. There's a huge farm outside of Pomona. I don't know if you travel that road, where you will go and you'll see beautiful beans. And then you go season after that, and then you see corn, right? Exactly. And it is always beautiful there. So you will notice that that is a trend that they're also using, because the beans give the nutrients that the corn needs, and the corn in return give the nutrients. And you could do that with different plants, crop rotation, all right? And then intercropping, like I said, plant the beans in between the crop rows. Different plants you can plant in between the corn. It gives it shade, it gives it something to run on, so they're benefiting from each other. The beans provide nutrients to the corn, and it works vice versa, all right? The misuse of fertilizer, over misuse and underuse of fertilizer. Chemical fertilizer for me is always a no-no. We do organic. We don't touch any chemical fertilizer. Yeah, and then the thing is, from my perspective, what I've seen is that fertilizer is for people who are making money, not thinking about your health. Commercial farmers, because why? It grows big, fast, and I could take that to the market because we're selling by pounds. All right? Organic, you will get it more healthier. Right? Natural sweetness you will taste. You will get the organic feel, organic nutrients from it. So gardeners, farmers, well, I encourage that you look for the organic ways of fertilizing your plants, all right, and stay away from the chemical fertilizer. Yeah. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah, so that is why we are doing these type of training, to train you so you could start to plant your garden and become healthy for you and your family. All right? And it also helps you economically, where you'll save a little bit money in your pockets, especially as the season fluctuates. Things go pricier. You'll be able to have these things in the backyard. You decide how much fertilizer goes on that plant, what kind of chemical insecticides and those things goes on your thing. No, I mean, like we said, it's more economic for the large-scale farmers to have a huge yield, bigger fruits, so when I go to the market, we make more money. All right, miss? All right. All right. Miss Isabel, we'll get to that chart afterwards, all right? We're almost there. We're almost there. All right, so everybody understand where we're projecting, all right? Soil is very, very important. That is where we're starting. The soil is very important. The maintenance of the soil is important for us to get the best yield for our body, our mind, all right?
All right, Ella, can you shrink it for me, please? Shrink it, so they can't see. Oh, but you have your papers. Oh, man. All right, so over this side, can you tell me what are some of the things that we do practice? And it's not only in Belize, it's all over the place. Some of the things, 5 things that we practice that are red lights. We like till. We like slash and burn. Overwater. Too much fertilizer. One more. There was 5, right? Look at your paper. It's all right. You can look at your paper. Overgrazing. Did we cover everything? 6. There were 6. We didn't have burning there, but what, monocropping? Is that one of the things that's listed there? Monocropping, right? 6 things that we do that we will not continue to do if you're doing it. And if you know a friend or a farmer that does it, you will share this information with them so that they can move away from those practices. Because over this side is what we're supposed to be doing, right? What are those things again? What are those 6 things that we're supposed to be doing? Over here. Mixed cropping. What else? Crop rotation. Mulching. I would say minimize the fertilizer, and I'll explain why in a few. What else? There were 6 things. Hello, over here. Sustainable water. All right. So why I'm going to go back on fertilizer a bit. You remember when a woman gets pregnant? She goes to the doctor, and then the gynecologist advises that she takes prenatal. Why? And iron, very important iron. Why? For the baby to grow, more nutrients for the baby. All right? Because as it is right now, a non-pregnant woman who is healthy should have enough micronutrients and minerals in her body for every cell to function properly, for her to be healthy. Now, when a baby gets in that uterus, a perfect blessing, there's nutrients that is needed for that baby as well. So if that baby is there, it starts to deplete what she has. Hence, she has to get prenatal vitamins. Now, if you have soil that is not as manageable as you should, because they put your organic scraps in there on a timely basis, and you see the flowering falling off, etc., just like a soil doctor would advise you, when you test your soil, there are certain fertilizers that you can use to help the plant to grow, but you will not abuse it, as compared to the large companies that may be doing that or does that. All right? You will do it just as a prescription, in that you give it the right amount, and you know which fertilizer to use. And that's the advice that we have been given. And the thing is, you may want to grow it as a backyard gardener, but maybe after this training, you might say, you know what? Where do people in Sand Hill get their fruits and vegetables from? At the market? Which market? Belize City, my goodness. So how much gas you have to put in for go all the way to Belize City? And then come back. Or they maybe go to Ladyville, so maybe that's $30. But even so, as agripreneurs, myself and my husband, when we started Seeds of Blessing, and we were producing so much cucumber, we started to say, you know what, this could be a small venture for us. So other than just, when you start your garden, you will have excess. What will you do with your excess? You could trade with each other, or you could literally put it right there on a table, $2 a pound, $1 a pound, or whatever it is. Are you with me? So other than just saving money in your pocket, you can actually make money and put in your pocket having to get this training, because you know the nature of soil and you're understanding how you can use fertilizer, whatever or not, organic or not, to be able to improve your soil to get more yields. All right? Yes, my dear. Yes. Mm-hmm. Kills it. Mm-hmm. Yeah. It kills. Short. Yeah. For a long time, a long, long time. And so the information that you're getting today, it teaches you what soil is, and it also tells you how you can enhance your soil so that you can have it for a long period of time. All right? And you made a very salient point there, if that, for example, the large-scale farming, because they use a lot of fertilizer, they literally kill the worms in the soil. And sometimes they don't put back the organic matter it needs, and then that area goes dead. They can't utilize it for anything. All right? Okay. So I am going to be doing the next chart, which is the pH of the soil. Yes, sir. All right, so there are 4 types of soil. 4 types of soil. I had mentioned earlier there's silt, there's sand, there's loamy, and there is clay. 4 types of soil. That's soil. That's soil. All right, how do I explain this? Huh? So there is soil, and soil is made up of those things that we had earlier. Can you pull that up for me, Elda? What is soil? Out of that heading, out of that full topic of what is soil or what is a human being, then you have a male and a female. Yes? Soil, so there is 4 subset, if you want to call it that. 4 subset of soil, or 4 types. That's what we refer to it. There are 4 types of soil. The 4 types I said were what? Silty, sandy, loamy, and clay. All right? But there are different layers of soil. And we started first with the one that is under our feet directly, and then there are several more, which I will explain a little later. But before we get into that, I want to be able to explain to you what the pH is, the pH of the soil pH, yes. All right. So again, looking at soil pH now, if you know diabetics have to go to the hospital, they get urine tests, or anybody for that matter. You go, you get a urine dipstick, and they test it in there, and they tell you what's happening with the urine, right? They take your blood sample, the lab tech tests it, and they actually check your blood pH. The soil now, the same soil that we have been talking about. Elda, can you bring a cup of soil in here? I'm thinking I should have had, yes, you right in front of you. No, just do it. So put it back where you had it. Put it out most delicately, like that one piece of gold or diamond. Yes. Nicely expose the soil for me. Yes. Bring a cup of soil. Because remember, after this, it's supposed to be, you are looking. Pull it up for me. Yes, this is gold. This is farmer's gold. So this same soil here has a certain pH. And depending on where you got the soil from, it will tell you what kind of pH it has, just as if you would take your urine to be tested, all right? So this soil that I have in my hand, we won't talk about the type just yet. We're just talking about the pH. When we test this soil, it can either be 1 or it can be 14, okay? And as it's stated here, if it's more to my right, if it's 1, my right, your left. If it's 1, 2, 3, or anything near up to 7, it's very acidic. When we test this, you will see it, all right? If it's more to this side, anything after 7 to 14, it's alkaline. So, bite in a piece of golden plum for me. You taste it? Nice, right? That's what? Acidic. Now, what else would be if I tell you to bite on a piece of cucumber? It's more alkaline. There's no acidity in that. So I need a volunteer for going to taste the soil now for you to tell me. No volunteer? Well, they didn't force us, but they told us that we could have tasted the soil. It's sandy. I can't tell you what pH it has. If I get sick later, I have my husband, yeah? But anyways, but I can't tell you whether it's alkaline or acidic until we test it, all right? But there's some important things that you have to understand. What numbers range did I tell you earlier? Anything from 1 to 6 is acidic. Anything after 7.5 to 14 is alkaline, all right? And most important, the number that is in the middle, which is quite interesting, Elder, 7. Did you get that? The number 7. Hello? The number 7. Hello? The number 7 is the perfect number utilized by plants because it's neutral for them to grow. The perfect number. So when we test this soil in a few minutes, if we get the number 7 by the color code, we will know that this is good soil to plant for the pH. But we don't know the type of soil just yet. All right? This chart is actually explaining to us that there are certain plants that grows very well in acidic soil. Earlier, my husband had explained and identified Irish potato, sweet potato, anything that pops like that, like cocoa, tend to grow in acidic soil. All right, they like that. On the other end, in terms of alkaline, plants that you can grow in an alkaline soil type would be like peas, kale, garlic, cauliflower, Brussels sprout, beet, beans, and asparagus. Yes, ma'am. Uh-huh. 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 Okay. Okay. And that's fine. That's perfect. That's perfect. Remember, we will test it and we will see what the pH is. And then we will tell you, not because it has, again, I can't tell you what the pH is. You are getting a lot of yield from this soil already. So when we test it, when we do the different tests, we'll be able to tell you what you can get more from that soil. All right? So going back here, I won't go over the details here. If anybody interested in wanting to grow watermelon, you will know, or peanuts or corn, probably because your soil is between 5.5 to 6.5. That is why she's probably getting corn. But maybe when we test it and we see if it's exactly at 7 or 6, how she could get more from that plot of soil where she's at, no? So go up again there. So for us to test the pH, there are several things we're going to do. We're going to look at the hydrogen in the soil. We're going to be looking at, we are telling you whether the soil is acidic or alkaline, or whether it's neutral, and how that can affect the soil from the plant from grow or not, or be stagnated. You want to take it up for me? You see the color code here? Can everybody see it? It's quite big, right? Or you can have the fly, you have the fly in front of you as well. So remember earlier as I was explaining, the soil also needs to have micronutrients just like the lady women need for taking prenatal, and just like you and I, and we give the baby vitamins, yes. The soil needs that, and these are the micronutrients or the minerals that the soil needs. And guess what, Pa? You get your nitrogen, your phosphorus, your potassium, your calcium. Where do you get calcium as human beings? From food, but which food specifically? Kale, we always say milk, soy milk, all right? Where do we get iron? I supposed to hear that like that. From the callaloo, from the spinach, anything dark green gives you iron, all right? Cashew? You get iron from cashew? I don't know, but if you look at how God created food, everything that is healthy, He puts micronutrients in there for us to eat so our body can be healthy. And those same micronutrients that the plant needs are the same micronutrients that you and I need. Did you know that that all of us have to have some potassium in us? Some magnesium for the heart to function properly? Yes. But it has to be in a certain level. It can't be too much. If you have too much iron in your blood, what happens? Don't tell me get thick. If you have too much, if you have too much iron in your blood, when you take iron pills, you poop your poop becomes black because your body is saying, you know what, I have enough. We can get rid of that. All right? So what happens when we test this soil for the pH? If you find that the strip that you will get is more red, it means, you see how wide this is here? This is aluminum that is needed in the soil for the plant to grow. But we don't need as much what? Phosphorus. Are you seeing that? Here it is very wide, red. Here it is very thin, so we need one thin trace of phosphorus. But we need one lot of aluminum in the acidic type of soil. Are you with me? When we look at nitrogen, we have they lead a little bit of nitrogen on the alkaline side and a little bit of nitrogen on the acidic side. And they have the perfect balance in green. So once we test for the pH and we get a green color on the strip that you will get, it means that this soil is what number? The perfect 7 that we need for any plant to grow, any. And did I say what? Any plant. When you want a plant, come back a bit. No, down. If you want to grow beans, up now. Remember, beans requires what? What type of soil? Over on this side. Alkaline. So if you want beans to grow in an alkaline, highly alkalinic type, all these nutrients over here has to be in this amount. You want a little bit of nitrogen, you want a lot of phosphorus and a lot of potassium because you see how thick it is here? You want a lot of calcium, want a little bit of iron, want a little bit of magnesium, but you want a lot of boron. Are you understanding? So you're becoming soil doctors like me because you understand this. This is the science behind soil. Okay? So it's the same thing with you. You have to have a certain amount of micronutrients or minerals so that your body could function normal. If you don't have enough nutrients in your body, you end up with malnutrition. Yes, deficiencies. Somebody had their hand at the back. Yes, my dear.
Yes, where do we get those, the type, the exact quantity and how do we know that? Because I understand you need a little bit and need a lot, but how do we measure it for the soil to be the exact way to plant the specific?
Very good question, and we'll test it in a few minutes. But I'll tell you how to test it first, last bit. This is the last slide now, and then we're going into the field to test, right? So for me to know, or for us to know if this soil is alkalinic or acidic, We can do several basic things. You don't have to go to no foreign lab at this point. Or send your soil. The first thing you're going to do is that you're going to get a bit of soil. Can you zoom in on this a little bit more? You have your papers in front of you, though. You can follow it there. It's more readable there. Yes, nice. Take some pictures a minute, please. Go over on this side. This one, yeah. So in the first instance, you're going to put some of your soil in a cup and add some water. We're going to add some water to this later. Make some paste. Make a paste out of this. And we're going to add, small end it for me? Yeah. We're going to be adding a bit of vinegar. That way? Just move it that way? Yeah. And if there's fizzing in this cup, simple vinegar, white vinegar. If there's fizzing in this cup, it means what? It's alkaline. Simple as that. But that's not the only test you will need to do for your soil. This is just testing what? The pH. Remember, you have different type of soil. So we also have to test for the different type of soil. That's why when you go to the doctor, they order what? Blood test, urine test, test, what else? Cholesterol test, all of that for see if everything they function properly, right? So the same thing we have to do with the plant. We have to test to see if this soil is sandy, is loomy. We have to test the pH. We have to test what else? The pH and several other tests, all right? Now, if we want to test if the soil is acidic now, what do you think we are use? Baking soda, yes. So here I would make a paste out of another cup of the same soil that you brought, and then I would add baking soda to it, and if it fizzes and form bubbles, what kind of soil pH do you have? Acidic. Everybody get that? Easy. What were the two basic kitchen solutions you are use? Vinegar for alkaline and baking soda for acidic. But then how do you know if it's pH? How do you know if the pH is at 7? Because right now, this we done kinda, yes, in a sense. Because once it's fizz and it has a baking soda, it is what? Acidic. But then that does, is it acidic baking soda? Yes. It's acidic, but then that not tell we what number is there. It just tell we the over the size, right? So when where is it strip? When we give you this strip here, everybody will get one of this, and you will make your paste, and you will test your soil. And then that will be, this will tell you what number your soil sits. Whether it's 4, 5, all the way to 14. Are you with me? So how many tests do you do for pH? Now, let me see if you've been listening good. To get the pH of your soil, you first do what? Whether it's acidic or whether it's alkaline. And then you also have to get the pH number. 3 things, all right? Any questions on this one? This one may be a little bit technical, but we can go over it again.
So if you put the vinegar and there's no reaction, and you put the baking soda and there's no reaction,
it's more than likely it's neutral. More than likely it's neutral, yeah. You have to observe your soil really, really well, like using a magnifying glass. Because if you see the leases of a bubble, then it may mean that it's slightly alkaline or slightly acidic, whatever. All right? If there's absolutely none at all, that means it's a neutral soil. Yes, sir? The best soil. The best soil. For pH. Yes, sir. Say that again. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. So what happens, if I understand you right, for all of us, before we take vitamins and stuff, we literally should get a blood test to see if we have the right amount of these in our body. Because remember now, when you take your one-a-day pills, can you bring it down a little, Elder? When you're taking your one-a-day pills, it may mean that you have enough calcium. So your body basically just want to get rid of the calcium, but maybe the iron you need, and sometimes the one-a-day medication or the one-a-day vitamins might have some, it should have iron in there, but you may need more iron, so that's where your food's supposed to be the source of your vitamins. It's well, I don't know. The thing is no, so that's a very good question. Guess why? Because for males, your iron level should be anywhere to 12 to 14. So the number is different. That's the only thing. The plants need smaller amounts, but the same type. You understand? So for iron, if it's alkaline, they only need a little bit of iron. But over on the acidic end, they need a lot. But I don't know the number in terms of the minuscule, but for us as human beings, male iron level in your blood needs to be 12 to 14. For females, for us, is a little less. All right? Yes, sir. Uh-huh. That same soil, but a different. So I will have 3 different cups. So you don't know that it's alkaline, but remember you don't have one ingredient in there with a vinegar or baking soda. So if we would test that using the strip, you would get a wrong report. So you have to have a different sample. That's a very good question too. All right? We ready to test? We ready to get our hands dirty? All right, let's stand up and stretch. We'll give thanks at this point, and then we will start. Take a break, stretch your leg, because we're going to get our hands dirty. Yes. We'll use whatever is around here.
But then wouldn't it be, maybe they want to save the strip for when they reach home, to test their soil. Okay. So everybody should do this process so they get a hands-on on it. Okay.
We expected more, but we will go outside and we will run these tests on the soil so you get an experience of what to do when you go home. You can run the tests at home. All right? All right, anybody needs to go to the bathroom, we'll take a 5 minute break. Let me see what time it is. All right, so we'll start back at 9:45. A little bit more than. Bathroom and water after this, we're going outside in the field.
Bring the application. I hope you have the application form ready.
much air do we need in the soil? 20. You're great students, man. You guys have been listening. Yes, my dear, you had a question. That's not bad soil. You will mix it like a good cement man or woman. Uh-huh. Yes. So that soil that you dig up, you will mix it with other types of soil to bring it to the loamy soil, which is the one that you want to grow. Yes. Yes. Just like how you take your vitamins that supplement, your food is supposed to be your pharmacy. But because sometimes you have difficulty, you have to get supplements, and that's what we do with the soil as well. All right, so bring that. How many tests do we do? Will we be doing? 6. 6 tests. The first one, we will be looking at the organic matter, just basically the color of the soil, all right? The second one, we'll be doing the soil texture. What kind of clothes you have on right now? Some people have on cotton, some people have on jeans, some people have on polyester. Anybody have a winter coat? Those are different textures of fabric, right? I sew a bit, so I know I could tell you that. We have different kind of cake. What else do you people do? Different kind of music, right? There are different types of soil, and we refer to it as texture, all right? We're also going to be looking at root observation because we're going to have to dig a hole, and I'm glad you mentioned that. We will have to deep, and we brought the, what do you call this again? Post hole digger, yes. If you only know. So we have to dig a hole, and we have to do a specific type of measurement, and we'll be observing the root in the soil there, all right? And then we also have to look at the aggregate stability. Aggregate stability means what? What do you think that means? Huh? The total, yes. So we'll get a clump of soil, and we'll put it in a mesh, and we'll put it in a cup of water. That's the aggregate, and we will watch how the soil reacts to the water. So it is referred to as the aggregate stability test, and we'll explain why each of them is important. Then the other one here is we're going to look at the organic matter, and that's where we're going to be using the hydrogen peroxide. We brought the little plates for you to put small samples of soil, 1 or 2 or 3 drops of hydrogen peroxide, just squish, squish, and you will see the reaction of your soil in this one. And then the last test, that's 6. This is the 6th one, when we will use the pH strip that you will get to test the soil, as well as the vinegar and the baking soda. Are we ready? All right, so let's go outside, everybody. Oh, sorry. We need to put you in groups of 2, please. Let's go back there. Yeah, we could take the tables out. I guess that would be good. Okay, perfect. Let's do that. Okay, so we're gonna dig the hole first. We're gonna dig the hole first, and then come back in. And then we're gonna do the testing here. Yeah, okay. All right. May I have your attention? You will need to get in groups of 2, please. Pick a partner you can trust, a partner that will not turn over your soil or steal your soil from you. I'm glad we have a father and a son, a husband and a wife, because when two people are on the same page and they understand the concepts of soil, it becomes even better. Because guess what used to happen? My husband and I used to argue because I used to go the scientific way, and then he want to tell me about how for him grandpa used to use the moon and all kind of thing, and we couldn't. So the moon has a part to play in agriculture, but it's not as heavy as we initially thought. discoloration, the type of soil. What else do you see in this hole? There is roots, right? Where do you see the topsoil got grass? Yes. Where do you see the roots though? Right at the top, and that's actually where, in which layer of the soil? In the topsoil. Again, remember we were emphasizing earlier that the roots, the yes, and that is why you will see the root, even though it's that thick, it's just running at the top, all right? And that's why we were bucking roots very, very early here. It's more than likely coming from the berry tree that is there, right? Yeah. All right, and so what else did we see here? We saw the coloration of the soil, right? Do we see the tree look, the tree root look good? You know, look dry? Look moist. Well hydrated. All right.
We know because the rain just...
Yes.
So what we'll do is we'll have everybody. So what we'll have everybody, well, the groups, each group will collect an amount of soil from here. You need to have, yes, get your soil.
Wait, one at a time. Do we have any more disposable cups? The ones that you were used to drink, we can get it right from the garbage.
We'll get the dirty one.
Yeah, the dirty ones. So that each team could have three cups of soil.
Yeah. But we will need to dig a little bit more because I want every group to get a clump. Even if you have to share the clump, cut the clump in half. Yeah. So we want everybody to get a clump of soil for the aggregate test. Yeah. So it's better you go that direction, indeed. So as not to damage the tree. The tree. Remember, the tree is a living thing. You seeing the discoloration? The coloration, I should say, of the soil? So because it's black, it's good? Yes, you think?
Not necessarily.
I like black cake, so...
If you notice, we have the black layer or the darker layer, which is at the top. Yes. So, yes. So, one of the cups of soil that I want you to get is of the black, and then the other ones will get of the remaining part of the soil. Yes.
Where I put this? In the cup.
I don't get it. Oh, you don't get it? All right. I won't get it. I'm sorry. Then that one.
One in your bag?
In between.
You have in your bag?
Alright, that's enough. We could put it on break. Catch this in it. Until we come back in.
everything okay. Don't forget.
Wait. Don't do anything yet. Don't do anything yet. Don't do anything yet. Just go over the soil.
Sorry, don't do anything yet. But don't put it back because there's a series in how the test will be done. All right. So what you need in front of you right now is to ensure that you have your soil. Okay. To make reference to the soil, the hole that we dug outside just now, everybody can be seated. So you're comfortable. You'll eventually have to stand, I guess, to maneuver with the soil, no? But going back to the observation, which was the first test that we did outside, that was on the what? Root, all right? How was the root running? Was it running vertical or was it running horizontal? Vertical. Why do you think it was running vertical?
Horizontal.
Because of the nutrients in the what? Which soil? The top soil.
It's horizontal, it's running.
It's horizontal. Sorry, horizontal. You're correct. That was the correction you were making? Okay, perfect. All right, so obviously the roots know where to go. So we as human beings should know where to go and what to eat because they do that and they are not human beings like us, all right? God, how he is so special, how he is so unique. You didn't need any big machinery for that to test the root of your soil. And please note that the limitation with that test that you just did is that different root system in different soil condition could be observed for comparison. So we could have done that and we could have gone outside to look at how another tree root system works. All right? And they will follow water, they will follow nutrients, but they will always remain in the topsoil. You see how big that tree? But it stays what? Within that 12 inch of the topsoil. All right? Okay? So the next test that we will do now, that we did outside, is also the color observation of the soil that you did. How many people saw 4 different color soil? Sister lady, smile. How many did you see, sis? How many color soil did you see? You saw 4? Anybody else? Who saw 2? 3? All right, so it's more like 3 that we saw, all right? We saw the topsoil where the grass was, and then we saw another layer, all right? And then we saw the clear colored soil. All you needed for that was a trowel. In this case, we had the post hole digger. When you do that, we will compare. What I want you to do is put all 3 cups in front of you now. No, so you could see it directly. You will go in a little bit more details in the soil right now. Or you can just take some and put it in front of you on your mat. Not in the thing though. Move that, yeah. Just small amounts of soil in front of you because you want to. Yeah, use your shovel like Sister Michelle is doing. Just small amounts. Yes, get into the soil. Start feel it. Small amounts so you could test the color. You want to check the color. And we will see how many color you actually got. I want you to compare the different colors that you have in front of you now. Like 3 different colors, right? Black, a little brown, light brown, grayish.
Notice we're seeing that as the soil goes over, right? So it's not there. So the black one, right? And that's where the topsoil is, the buildup of everything, and that is why we say black dirt is the best dirt to plant in, because that is where the topsoil is, that's where the nutrients from the fallen leaves, the grass over time, that is where it is, and that is why we emphasize the tilling. Imagine you till there and you brought up the sun on the top now, and you plant your vegetable. You will get just the sun. It will be sandy.
Yes.
Exactly.
And that, when those roots degenerate, they become nutrients to the soil as well.
There's more life there, more roots are staying there because that is where the nutrients is.
Yep. All right. One thing too, if we did not take that soil from out there, if we had gone right in front of us here, it would have been poor, but we would have gotten one color soil. So again, depending on where you take soil from your garden, it will show different colors. Yes, baby? Yes, that's a very good observation. Yes, the soil at the top will be warmer than the soil at the bottom. All right, and that's because of the level of moisture coming in from the lower part. Okay, so the one that looks a little gray, that's a poor color soil. Poor color soil. I did not say a poor soil. I said a poor color soil. Because if we're supposed to do any tests on that, it can give us some good information, all right? If it looks a little bit more brownish, that's moderate in a sense. It can help you to grow certain things for sure. But if it's the topsoil and it's dark in color, that's the best soil that you have in respect to color. But not all black soil that you have in front of you means that it is good to grow. Right? Why? It have only color, but we don't know what that the pH. We don't know what that the alkalinity or the acidity of that soil yet. All right? Are you following me, everybody? Perfect scientist. Nice. I can't say because if you go on the beach near the sea, it will be very acidic. But if you go here and we do the pH, it might be different. That's a lot of sand, but I don't know if it's acidic. But you will say it's very porous. It doesn't hold water. All right? Okay, now, everybody, what? Hey, then erase the past, man. Then it distract we. Bad, bad, bad. It's a bicycle race. Elder Morales probably would have been in there. All right, so we did 2 tests so far. Which 2? The root observation and the color. And now we're going to do the texture. Remember earlier I asked you what kind of clothes you to wear, whether a polyester or cotton? Well, soil also have texture. Now for this test, you will need to stand up and you will have to clear everything off your mat because each of you will have a handful of soil in your hand that you will start to massage like a dough. You can put back the soil back in the same container. Okay. No. Then you have to go over. All right. So what you're going to do, baby is helping. That's very good. Let him touch it. Let him get, yes. So what you're going to do is that you're going to put all your... All right, let's do an experiment here. Put all your soil. Don't throw that out. That's good soil. Nothing waste here. Put all your soil in one clump for me, and you divide it in two. You get some, and Sister Lady get some. Yes, put all three of them together.
Yes, we're making a paste. Yeah, that's good. That's good. Yes, good one, Stephen. You have to get there. Squeeze up.
Wait a Is that a root? A root of a worm?
All right, everybody.
Yeah.
Get in here.
It's a root.
But the worms are good.
Yeah, they're good, but I'm scared of worms. They're good for you too?
All right. So now we're going to make a ball. So take half of your dirt that you have and form a ball. Beat it, squeeze it. Yeah, so making a turn together. Yeah, come on, yeah, just like that. Squeeze it in your hand. One. That's one. When you're finished making the ball, put it in front of us so we can see it.
And grilled bread.
All right? All right, let me tell you the secret now. We're going through with this. If the ball crumbles, the texture is sandy. Is it crumbling or no? No. Right? Because we have the 3 layers mixed up, right? So it's not falling apart because we have the top soil, we have the middle, and we have the sandy soil. But it's holding together. All right? So, one that you have in your hand is not sandy, which we will consider like beach sand. That will just fall apart into water. You know when the water comes up from the beach, the water runs right up. That's the sand that we're referring to. So this one is still a bit of sand, a bit of the top soil, so it's a good mixture so far. All right, so we have another test. With that same ball, I want you to pinch off another piece, a half of that ball, and I want you to form a cylinder 6 centimeters long. Like a spindle, like you're making a pencil like. Yeah. 6 centimeters long. See if you can get it 6 centimeters.
Which would be the width of your hand.
Okay.
Yeah.
With your hand. Now this is the true texture, because remember earlier you were doing the ball, and your ball probably stayed together because you had put the right amount of water. Now the true test, to test the texture, we'll see if when you make this pencil, roll it on the mat there, see if it stays together. If you see it crack up, that's all right. If you see it crack up, not put it together. That's what you want to see. You have to roll it long, as in make it long. The thickness of your finger. If it breaks, the soil is looming. Looming. If it breaks, it's looming. It's a coarse texture. Well, you have to put water in that one. So it stays perfect, but if you roll it down, you're wrong. All right. Increase that same lead pencil you have with you to 15 centimeters now. No, add more. No, you know, add more soil to it. That same pencil that you have, roll it longer. Now add more soil to it. Roll it. You have to be roll, not pat it. Aha! Yes, and that's fine. That's fine. You see? Having a ball. He's having a ball. So when it comes, we're testing what? Soil texture. So the reality is, as you phase those different parts of the test, you actually have a coarse texture, and it's a sandy soil that you have in your hand. That's the reality. You understand the reality where we have home? You understand what we did just now?
Yeah. That's why they call it sand hill.
Sand hill. And it shows you that you have a sandy soil. You see?
No, the last and the truest test of that, if it held any at all, you were supposed to make a circle. Form it into a circle. If it broke, that's fine. Just form it into a circle.
mine's broken. They say it's okay if it's broken, don't fix it.
If you patch it up,
She keep fixing hers though. We're not supposed to fix it.
if you patch it up, that means that it's more like a plain loam soil because it has a lot of crop on the circle.
Can't make it kidding. Yeah, we can't make it dirty. We can't make it a circle.
All right, I understand. We will send all of this information to you as well, so you can always try it at home. All right.
Okay, all right.
So what is important that you have to learn about this test is that you have coarse particles in your soil that you have in front of you, and we could have seen that when we dug the hole, right? That type of soil doesn't hold a lot of water. Because those are big particles. If I was to ask you to taste that, put it in your mouth, you would feel like big grain of salt in your mouth. Why? Because of the type of soil that is. All right? That's sandy. So it doesn't hold nutrients, it doesn't hold water as it should. If you taste it, too much of it will be bad. Just like children, they taste it. All right? So if your soil was smooth and sticky, it means it gives good fertility. All right? If it's smooth and sticky, if you didn't have to be putting the little cracks back together. All right? So we have a type of soil. Remember, all soil is good. It's just that we have to work on this soil to bring it to loomy so that it can actually grow everything that you would want it to grow. Did you get that? All right. So even if you don't get it, that's okay. You don't have to tell me. I want to send this to everybody so you could go over it. We will get there right now. All right. The next test. How many tests we done though? Root test, color observation, and we just did texture. Now we're going to do the organic one. Now you need your palette.
Now. All right.
Listen to the instructions first, please.
So organic matter is the basis of the soil structure. Food for macro and microorganisms, as well as an emerging property that contributes transversally to soil quality and soil health. The qualitative assessment of organic matter through color observation can be complemented by the hydrogen peroxide test, which reacts with manganese oxide and can confirm the presence of organic matter. So we need organic matter for us to have a healthy soil, all right? Now we're going to test it, and we're going to see if it contains any organic matter. All right, so can you take small pieces of your soil and put it in this palette, the circles? Put one, just one. All right. Small, squish it down, yeah. All right, look in the bag, you will see a little small bottle.
You just need 2 drops.
All right, so listen. I want you to add 3 drops of the hydrogen peroxide and observe closely the reaction. The stronger the reaction with its bubbles and foam, the higher is the organic matter content. Yes, do this first test. Add 3 drops of the hydrogen peroxide. Observe closely the reaction. The stronger the reaction, the bubbles and the foam, the higher is the organic matter content. How does it look? Almost nothing. Yours is fizzing, okay. You're seeing bubbles, right? any at all?
We saw a little
Like
bit.
a one
Yeah,
little,
a little bit.
yeah. Remember, if it has a lot, means it's a lot of things. If it has little, but all
Yeah,
the
this
soil
one
will
has
have just like
Yeah, a little in between.
all the way up. Anything? This is like a glass. Listen up.
One observation or one comment here. This table was asking if, because you didn't see any bubbles, if the soil is poor. Remember, all soil is good, but this soil is poor in the sense that it doesn't have enough organic matter. How much percentage of organic matter it should have? 5. So more than likely have less than 5. If it had more than 5, it will be all fizzy and bubbly and stuff. So I'm going to get some poop right now, and I'm going to put it in that there. Elder, you have some manure from somewhere? Okay, you could, all right. Later we will add some manure to it, and we will add, hydrogen peroxide, and you will see the difference. Anything that is live that decomposes. So if you have this type of soil at home, which is more than likely what you have in Sand Hill, you will have to go to the market and get all their scraps or get all your neighbor things, food scraps, and start putting it in the soil so that organic matter can go in there. All right? Yes, sir. Uh-huh. Meat? Yes. If you have dogs, you have to just control your dogs because they will dig it up, right? Yes, sir. Anything between 4 to 6 weeks, that will decompose. So, but you want to see activity. You want to see a really rich high bubble. So everything here regarding this soil from that spot right there, it's indicating it doesn't have enough organic matter. All right? But that tree will grow because it's under there for so much years, and it just want to continue to pull whatever. And if you continue, this root would have probably there all the way this way, searching for the organic matter so it could continue to live. All right?
So your question, right? Your question about putting the meat and the... So I saw a guy was explaining that he goes to the market and he gets the same, the fish and the organic matter, and he put it at the bottom of his garden, and as it reacts. And I could remember growing up as a child, we used to go to the berrying ground, and we used to get big plum, big berries, the nicest, juiciest guava. Why? Because it's getting the nutrients. There's a lot of biodegradable nutrients, right? So it works. By the septic. Yes, exactly. By the plantain. I had a plantain patch. Banana, the little bananas, I had that by the septic. I put one sucker. I had about 30 trees. Every month I'm taking a bunch down from one of the trees there.
Yes. We have a hay in our yard, and I throw all the biodegradable potato skins, everything, and stuff just grows there. Perfect. Perfect organic situation. There are questions. Go ahead.
The eggshells.
Yes.
Yeah.
Because it gets protein.
Yeah.
Yeah.
My grandfather is now barrel, knock this plastic down, and then he get the fish and put it in there and leave it there for a later time. Or the stool from the chickens or from the sheep and put it in the
Yeah.
water and water the plant.
Organic matter.
Yes,
Organic
perfect,
matter.
perfect too.
There you
So all those are tips. All those are tips to enrich the soil. Yes, sir. Uh-huh. Vertical. Uh-huh. Sit. Say that again. Uh-huh. Vertical. Yes. From the vertical one brings it and it centers the tree. So that is just like those tall trees in the forest. It's actually, well, they still do have the vertical roots, but some of them is just for anchoring the tree. All right, that's what I understand. But that's how they actually is able to stand tall. All right? Uh-huh. Yes, it's not necessarily. But any urine that you pour on a plant will kill the plant somehow, eventually. Even that, and just that the soap can affect the plant, because remember the plant will absorb everything. All right? Yes, sir. Go ahead. Uh-huh. To bring it to the proper soil level that you want. All right, so what we normally say is try to get black dirt. Get a bucket of black dirt, because right now you will have to like become a construction worker per se. So you will get like a bucket of black dirt, get some sand, and you will add the babies out there. Oh, the mud is all right. And then you will add your compost to it. This sun right here, because you still need, remember this sun here affords for the water to drain, and it also affords for air to pass through your soil. So this is still good. Remember, no soil is bad. But just that you will have to add the different layers of other things to make it loomy. Now, when you would have, I don't know what is in your compost. So when you add your compost, when you add some sand, when you add some black dirt to it, what we call black dirt, you mix it and you will do the same test that you just did there to see if you can move it to being more loamy. Because loamy is the soil that you want, that has the perfect setting for plants to grow. You understand where I'm coming from? So you can't put 2 sacks of cement to 1 bucket of sand, right? Yes, you have to have the perfect balance. So I can't say, well, this would have be the perfect. You would have to play with it, leave it to know. Because I'm just suggesting 1 bucket of black sand to probably half bucket of white sand there. And then again, I don't know what is in your compost. All right, and how long is it there? So, and does it have worms in there? So, and how much do you have? Do you have a whole bucket or 2 buckets? Because by the time you don't mix that, you need to be able to have good soil texture so that when you put your plant, the plant the root can actually hold in there, because you don't want it to be shaky. The seed want to germinate. But then as the plant starts to grow, it needs stability, which is the next test that you're going to do right now. The aggregate test, which is another test that you will do. All right? So I need somebody to go outside to get a lump of soil now, because the one that you have there, you can't continue to test on it.
One of your team members.
Yes. You did? Oh, okay. All right.
There is 2 hill of soil here, right? The blocker one is the one from Orange Walk. It's the cane trash that got burned for long. But just if they want to test that one, and the other one is from the sand pit. It's just a topsoil like you will find here. So the top one will be similar to what we have here. The clearer one would be the similar. That's topsoil from around this area. So the less dark one is almost the same as what we have here.
Okay. All right. We'll just get the lump from here. Just get the lump from here. Here.
More than what you All right, so one of the things you when working with the manure, right? Make sure it is dried. Make sure the manure dry, right? When I took agriculture school, I remember the instructor, the lecturer told me to go and bring your manure for your plot. We had a plot each, 30 by 20, each student had to take care of, right? So we're starting. So I went to my grandfather's place and I told him what I needed. So he said, get the cow poop from the pasture, the dry one, and put it in there. When we got to school, it was like 6 in the morning. We went to put our bucket of manure on our plots and we went to class. We didn't get that practical until 2 in the afternoon. So when we came, the lecturer, he said, okay, everybody brought their manure? Yes. He said, all right, can I get a volunteer to bring your bucket up so that I could explain? One of my friends, he brought his bucket up, and when the instructor opened that bucket, the instructor called off class for the rest of the day. He told the guy in a really angry voice, did you walk behind the cow? Right? He walked behind the cow. He said, well, you said get fresh, right? The fresh, I think the fresher one, the better one. So we'll work with the dry one. And the same thing with the chicken manure. It's highly acidic. You put it out in the sun to dry, rain maybe 2 to 3 weeks to go through that process. And it's the same thing with the cow manure. Let it dry, right? It comes hard and you break it up amongst the soil. Right? Don't put the wet one. Don't put the wet one in. Shipyard, Spanish coat. Yeah. 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 It's dry. Best dry. But they have a process that they use, so they know the balance and the mixture. But for the chicken, it will burn the roots of the plant if you take it straight out of the cob and put it around your plants. The only manure I know that you do that with is rabbit. Directly straight, you could use the rabbit. because it's not highly acidic. Yeah. Let the manure dry. Stay out in the weather for a while. The rain or the dew, the sun, it will cure the manure enough for you to use it for the chicken, huh? Yeah. So you could use it. No, but because it's broken already, it's like a powder. You could just mix it right away. The horse is the same grass. I haven't used the horse, but I'm not sure. I'm not sure the horse process, but I know the cows for sure. Bat, yeah, the rat bat one too, but the same thing. You have to let the rat bat one go through the process.
Okay.
Why don't they use that? Human manure. Yeah. And I did like an explanation was that they don't have enough. He said the only problem with that is that if the food drops in there, you can't eat it.
What?
The food.
It's better you don't use it.
Yeah, I have to be careful.
All right, just to start with the soil aggregate test, I placed a lump of soil in front of you. You will take the container, you will place your soil in the mesh, and then you will put it in the container, and you will pour the water alongside the mesh, not on the soil.
She's then put one on this one. Go get one right this side.
It doesn't matter because soil particles are very small. So everybody, you can take your, yes, just as they have it there, take your mesh, put your clump in it, and put your clump of water in the container, and you will pour the water along the side. Don't let it touch the clump.
Don't make it touch the clump.
Don't let it touch the clump.
What you do is pull it first.
Or you pull it first,
Pull it up first.
so you don't make any mistake.
But you don't want it to pour on the sun and break it.
How much water?
Full.
Pull it. Pour out. You want it to cover the sand. Push it down. Yeah.
This is falling apart.
All right.
Observe
Observe it. Just like
Observe it.
Don't hold it down. Don't hold it
Put it down.
Any movement can cause particles to shake from the clump itself. I didn't give you a clump. I didn't give you a...
Don't touch it again. Once you already put it in the water, then you will come to break up of the soil.
Let's make it touch the
Got my shoe.
Which one on the foot? None of them ones are the black one where she get one day.
They did the sandy one. That is perfect. Because she will compare it. That's okay.
All right. So you're doing the aggregate stability, remember aggregate stability is to actually test to see if the soil can actually hold the weight of the plants. All right. So that lump of soil that I gave you is actually from Orinjo.
Yeah.
And it's the
Burnt cane trash, but it's the decay one.
Okay.
It's not the fresh one.
All right, so if you notice, this one here, if you look at the clump, the pieces, the particles is dropping. All right, it's actually disintegrating. And my husband found this one, and I intentionally did not give this group that same clump because the sand that they took from outside, does it have stability? It came straight through the mesh. All right, straight through the strainer. So you want a soil, and you will actually time that. If you go home and you take a clump of soil, you will time it after 10 minutes. If that whole clump disintegrates, that means your soil does not have the stability it needs. So you will need to add things to it to give it to hold the weight so that when the trees start to grow and have fruits and everything, it could literally anchor itself in the soil. All right? Because the roots on the run, but then you have to run into what? Into soil where they go like this underneath them. All right? So that's the what? Which test? Aggregate stability test. All right? Now, for the pH test, you did, I will ask you to go back to your original soil that you had. The one that you were rolling in a ball, because you only add water to that. All right? I need for you now to add, to make it a little bit more pasty. You could actually paste it by your face, kind of. Add more water to it. Yes, add more water. I want to make it cold, not too soupy, but enough for you to make a Yes, this one has water.
Yeah, I think what this one is this way.
This is perfect. This is perfect right here. You will now get the pH strip. Now make the water run, just capture the water, particles. You need to have some water in there because when you do the pH test, the pH will collect the water and it will tell you what the pH is. When it's acidic, what number do we go? 6. And when it's alkaline, 7 to 14. But when you do the pH test, it does not give you a number. The strip itself gives you the color, which tells you the number. Put the strip code right in front of the camera so that you can see. All right, just get a little bit of water in there. Sister Michelle, add some more water to that. Yes.
Everybody get.
That should be fine. You want that's good. You want kind of loose soil, right? I will tell you when to add it to the soil right now. Make sure your consistency is good. Huh?
This black dirt, water, your original soil, the pH of this soil.
Yeah, right. Well, it's just a test. It's just to test the soil anyway. All right, so you have to get fresh water to do that. All right, do that then. Remember, this is just a test.
From here because they are chlorine.
It's just a test. It's just for a sampling, right? So this one here will need a little bit more water. Yes, you need a little bit more consistency. Just add some water to it. Yes, ma'am. Put right in the middle there. And go ahead and once it's liquidy, you can put the soil, you can put the paper right there. Put the paper right there. Put the pH paper. You absorb up the soil, the liquid that you need to test.
All right, the cement mix.
All right, test it now.
Test it now.
Just put the strip. Have it lie down.
Lie down.
Yes. Anywhere where there is enough moisture.
All right, see the moisture there.
No, enough moisture. This enough. This sound.
All right, just hold up. You need to hold a piece of it. All right, remove it and hold it up in the air. Yes, just put it flat. Hold this end. Hold the end. And make it absorb. Yes. All right, hold it. And you will see the color indication coming. Just hold the tip, so you can put it flat in the soil where it's moist. No, at the edge where it's moist. Around the edge there where it's moist. Flat, the whole length. Wait, no, not in the soil. Just lay it down. And you take it out. Just have the strip lie down on the soil, on the part of the soil that is moist. Yes. Take it up now. Take it up. Once it's yeah, change. Just give it a few minutes. We can also test the water in the container as well. You want to give them another strip, Mr. Moody?
All right, so this here, push this strip in it halfway, and then you take it out and observe the color.
What color do you see on your strips? Elder, we could get the...
Try it again.
Just dip it in the water. So you will have two strips now. One for you, one for your partner. Hold it up so it could dry. Oh, wow. Perfect. So you pull this up on that. Okay. It's green. Light green. So green indicates what? Yes. Make it big. Make it big. If it comes in any of these forms here, that means it's between 6.2 to 7. So the pH for this would be good. The only error that we made in this test is that we had used the water from this, which had the richer, to my mind, the richer soil from Orange Walk, right?
Actually, I used the water from this.
Oh, you did?
Yes, this is the color of the soil and this is the color of this water.
All right, so use the thing to match her. Green, all right. So match it on the card. Or if you can match it up here, take it up a little bit more. Take it up a little bit more so that you can see the colors.
No, 7 is perfect.
These are the strips, yes. Just take it up a little bit more. Right there. All right, so if your strips, everybody, if your strip had turned to purple, or any of these shade, it means it's very high alkalinic. But if it's anywhere between these greens, it's because it's somewhere at 5, which is acidic, very low acidic, to the tip of alkalinic, 7 to 7.5. And remember, there are different shades of green here. You can match it on the chart that my husband is using right now to tell you the result of the pH for the soil. Sure. All right, everybody. Let me see who got an idea of how to test pH in soil now. Yes, an idea. And yes, this is your first time at it, so you don't expect to be perfect, all right? You can keep trying. We will send you the test in a WhatsApp group, and you can keep trying. If you have questions, you can always ask, and you will get an answer on your question, all right? If you don't know how to do it or not remember, feel free to ask, and we'll go over the test again. So, you had a question? The strips, we import them, really, because if you go to buy the strips in the pharmacy, they will give you the diabetics, and they do the same thing, but these are more economical for persons that want to do regular testing. That you could use this as a diabetic, but the doctor no accept that at the health center, right? So we use this as farmers, all right?
People usually ask. All right, so the question that a lot of people ask, or usually ask, is when the soil, you find out that your soil is acidic, what do? You have to amend it. And Yeah.
What you gonna put in there?
Yeah. So, yeah, so you add the lime.
The white lime.
You add it, and then
you know what? I want thick layer. All you want to
sprinkle.
do is sprinkle.
Yeah.
And then you leave it there for a bit.
You have to
Make
test
sure
it.
you have enough moisture, and then you want to test it again to see if it changed from acidic to alkaline.
And what happens if it's too much alkaline? No. Well, yeah, but what would you put?
More soil?
You put more manure. More manure, right? You put the manure and it will balance it off. And then, like she said, you test it again. Remember, they said certain plants like certain level of the pH thrive more in alkalinic, the greenie, and the potatoes and different things in more acidic. So what are you planting? What are you planting in this area from what are you planting in that area? And that is why this test is important, so you can have the best yield for what you are planting. Because sometimes, and most of the times, we are planting in acidic area, the things that need alkalinic soil. And then we wonder, well, why my plant not grow? I the water it every day, I got sunlight. But it's the soil. Remember, no soil is bad soil, but you need to add to your soil to make it the perfect soil for what you are planting.